Good morning. We're back. We're here. Is anybody else here? Artwork Studios is here. Hello. Oh, no, that was at Artwork Studio was here at 11:20 p.m. He came to the stream just to tell me he can't make the stream. So thoughtful of him. Excuse me. Apologies. Hello, Gun Highs. How are you? Good morning, JRE Flashback. I don't think I've asked you that. Does JRE stand for Joe Rogan Experience? What's the JRE in JRE Flashback? JD, JD, or I don't know what your display name is, man, but your username is like gobbledygook. But hello, good to see you, man. The black user profile is pretty interesting. It's like staring into a void. Yes. Oh, very cool. Okay. Do you listen to Joe Rogan podcast? Joe Rogan Experience podcast? I enjoy his podcast. He has a lot of interesting people. I know there are some people that have very strong feelings about his podcast, which there's definitely some stuff that has been on his show that you kind of have to like shake your head at. But he's definitely had some interesting folks on there. Thought of creating a YouTube channel for Jerry Shorts. Oh yeah. I'm sure a lot of people would watch those. That podcast is super popular. Super duper popular. What's the agenda for today? Okay. So a couple things. First and foremost, I'm gonna eat these oranges. I'm gonna get hydrated a little bit. But I think, and I'm gonna get caffeinated. I've got my coffee here. So I'm gonna get kind of like warmed up for the day. That's item number one. And then I think what we'll do is we'll do a little bit of coding. We're gonna probably work on that app that I've been working on. I solved that issue that I've spent all day yesterday working on. I opened up a PR and everything, so actually let me go ahead and sync that up. Get module sync. Oh, get module sync. Cool. Okay, so yeah, so we'll probably do that. We'll take a look at the fix that I came up with. How are those running in PowerShell? Can I have them? What do you mean, how's what running in PowerShell? You mean this? The process monitor stuff? Is that what you're asking about? And then the other item on the agenda is I finally got, so I have some NVMe SSD, and I have some hard drives, and then I have not a large, but a 4-bay NAS that I need to set up. And so I think we'll spend some of the morning doing that. The Rams, so my favorite football team, American football. My favorite American football team is the Los Angeles Rams. And they actually play today at 8:30 in London. so I'll probably stream till about 8 o'clock. And then I'm going to hop off and go watch that game. So it's a little bit of a smorgasbord, but it should be fun. We should have a good time. Yes, the CPU, GPU. Oh, so there is in the Linux world, in the Mac world, there is an application. Well, obviously in the Windows world, there's Task Manager, right? So this is kind of the classic system process manager, watcher thingamajigger. In the Linux and Mac ecosystem, there's something called HTOP. Actually, I think there's one that's just called Top. Right? Is it Top or maybe HTOP? Yeah, HTOP. I think there's a few different flavors of it, but there is somebody created a application called Bottom. Get it, right? We're play on words here. And this is a cross-platform terminal monitor. So it was kind of inspired by HTOP and some of those other process monitors. But this is cross-platform, so it works on a lot of Linux distributions. It works on Windows. It works on Mac. So yeah, you can go get it here. Here, I'll link to the repo. It's a pretty great little tool. It's like one of the first things I install on every machine. How long have you been programming for? So I've mentioned this before. So I seriously started learning how to code or build software in like the spring of 2021, basically right before my oldest son started elementary school. But I always like to be completely honest with people that I did have a little bit of programming experience prior to that, or I had been exposed to programming before that. When I was in college, this would have been the fall of 2014, spring of 2015. I took computer programming 1 and computer programming 2 as electives, as just to fill out my schedule. My degree is in biochemistry, but I took some programming courses to kind of fill out my schedule. But between like 2015 and 2018, I didn't really do much with code. 2018, I took one free course on Coursera that went over HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And then like from 2018 to 2021, I didn't really do much. And then 2021, spring of 2021, I got really serious about learning to code and acquiring that skill set. And it's funny, most people learn to code or program like that because of a job, like they want to change careers or something. The reason I did it was, honestly, I was super motivated by the fact that my son was starting school, and my kid was going to go from kindergarten to 5th grade in the next 6 years. And I thought to myself, these 6 years are going to pass whether I do something with them or not. And I thought about all the things my son was going to learn and how much more capable my son was going to become over the next 6 years. And I thought I should have something for myself to show for those 6 years, right? He's going to learn all these different skills and all this new stuff and be such a more capable and competent human being. And so I said, you know what? At the end of the 6 years, I want to have a new skill. And so I picked programming. It seemed like a fun thing to learn, so that's what I picked. Yes, you have both top and HTOP. Oh, okay, very cool. HTOP is just colorful top. Well, people like their colors, man. I mean, colors look nice. Why stream only on shorts? Mainly just for discoverability. YouTube, the YouTube algorithm seems very much right now to be wired to push vertical video, whether that be live streams or short videos. And particularly the algorithm seems to like shorter vertical videos. So don't make a 3-minute video. They'd rather you make like a 15-second clip. And if I'm going to stream, a large reason to do that is to interact with all of you. And so if I stream vertically, that means my stream actually seems to show up in more people's feeds. So I actually get more engagement, or feel as it I feel, and the analytics say that I get more engagement when I stream vertically. However, YouTube did just announce that they are getting ready to roll out the ability to stream in both formats, kind of the way TikTok supports. So TikTok actually supports creators being able to stream vertically and horizontally at the same time, and people can switch between them, like just by tilting your phone. Like if you ever watch some of the Call of Duty creators on TikTok, you can watch them vertically, or if you turn your phone, it'll go into a horizontal landscape mode. However, I have yet to get this feature. So let's see, YouTube horizontal. I think they're calling it dual format. Yeah, they just announced this in September, and so they're slowly like rolling this out to creators or partners. And I'm kind of excited about this because, yeah, streaming across formats. So you'll be able to broadcast in both horizontal and vertical formats. So I'm excited about this because a large portion of the content I make, right, is coding related content, and there's been several people in my audience who have asked, like, no horizontal stream, and yeah, no horizontal stream for now, but if it's supported natively by YouTube, then I will definitely do it. Why not get a job in biochemistry? Are you wasting your degree? That's an interesting question. So I don't think I'm wasting my degree. So I actually used I had my first job out of college was I worked as a food scientist in the research and development department of a large frozen food manufacturer here in the United States. The company is called Ajinomoto, and you can see all this if you guys want to connect with me over on LinkedIn, or you just want to creep on my personal history. You can go to linkedin.stephenfreeborn.com. But so I'm a pretty open book about this kind of stuff. But the name of the company was Ajinomoto. So they're actually the parent company was actually founded in Japanese. They're super famous for inventing MSG. But since then they've grown, and they've purchased, companies in other countries, and they had a U.S. subsidiary that I worked with. So my degree came in handy getting that job. That job was more applied science than it was actual like bench chemistry in a lab setting. So I don't feel like I wasted the degree. A large portion of making the switch into tech or working for a tech company was that job required a lot of work. I wasn't working from home. I was working in a manufacturing plant every day. In that world, in the manufacturing world, production always takes precedence over research and development. So you basically have to wait for everything. So if you want to run a test run, or you want to do some sort of pilot test, you have to wait till production is done with their run. And so you might be at the plant at like 2 o'clock in the morning waiting to run your test run. So the hours were pretty crazy. And I was just having my first kid, and I was looking for something different. I think, yeah, I'd already had my second kid. This would have been 2020. So yeah, so both my kids were born. They were relatively young, and so I was just looking for something that would allow me to be more available, I guess, and that's what led me to switch over to the company I'm at now. So yeah, I don't feel like I'm wasting my degree. I feel like a lot of times a degree these days is a piece of paper that's kind of like a cosign, like, hey, this guy can jump over a lot of hoops and complete a lot of tasks. Unfortunately, I don't think it matters too terribly much what the degree is in, unless you're either going on to get an advanced degree, right? Like you're going to become a doctor, a lawyer, Well, even a lawyer, it doesn't really matter what your undergrad is. Your undergrad can be in anything. But aside from that, I think a bachelor's degree in a lot of cases is a bachelor's degree. You know, it's something that checks a box on a lot of people's job requirements. The specifics of it, not terribly important. I think I've had. I think I have asked so many questions. I'll let you breathe now. No, I'm always happy to answer you guys' questions. Where are you from, and what's the time there? Do you stream every day all at this time? So I am actually from a town about 3 hours south of where I live called Joplin, Missouri, and I currently live in a town. I currently live in Kansas, Kansas City, Kansas. Uh, and right now it is 4:30 a.m. Oh, and then you had what? What do you stream every day at this time? Yes, usually I do stream every day at this time. So my streams 2 weeks ago were a little different. I started streaming at 4 a.m. in the morning because I wanted to do like longer streams, and that was much harder to do later in the day. Personally, I'm gonna drive trains for a living. I think that sounds fun. There's a lady that when I go get my haircut sometimes, um, I talk to her, and her husband is an engineer with the railroad company. I don't think he drives. I don't think he's like a pilot, or I don't know if what you call it, conductor. I don't think he actually drives them, but he's worked for the railroads for a real long time. And she tells me it's a good job. She says it pays real well and it has good benefits, but that it is the hours are pretty crazy. Um, she also said that like at least at this company, this railroad company, which I think it's B&F is who he works for here in the United States. She said that seniority is a really big deal. Like in order to get promoted or to get certain benefits, how long you've been there is super important. Especially, and also she also said that like if the company goes through layoffs, a lot of the times they decide who to lay off based on seniority. So if you're cool with that, great, right? But if you're not, like some people aren't okay with seniority factoring into to decisions like that. Excuse me. Apologies. Hey, what's up? I love lamp. Ingi Tante, Neofetch. I've never heard of Neofetch. What is Neofetch? I have Fast Fetch. This thing. Um, Man, I still love this computer so much. This computer has almost what is it? Two. It's got 2 terabytes. This is my Google Drive. You can't count this. But this is my favorite part of this computer. Is this? I've never had a computer with that much RAM before. I absolutely love it. I never want to have a computer with 16 gigabytes of RAM ever again. But yeah, Neofetch. I've never heard of Neofetch. Also, I need to hold on. I need to pin a message really quick. Good morning. Why is OBS disconnecting on me? And it's reconnected. I don't know why. I don't know why I've had issues with OBS doing that. I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna turn tail scale off and see if that makes a difference. Work on and then go watch the Rams versus the Jags in London. What is happening? I'm having technical difficulties. There we go. Sorry about that. There was a little panic in me. I panicked. Okay, Neo Fetch. Oh, that's cool. So this is kind of like fast fetch. But you can make it look super pretty. Oh, that one's cool. The skull. Man, streaming at 4 a.m. in India it's 3 p.m. Yeah, I know it's early, and I know streaming that early is sort of locking myself into a specific like demographic across the world and stuff. But it's just this is the only time where I can stream for 2 or 3 or even maybe 4 hours without having to do other things. So that's the way it worked out. Over here in the Netherlands, they've been striking like crazy for better pay and benefits. Very cool. Well, I mean, everyone deserves better pay and benefits. Also, that's awesome that you're from the Netherlands. Neo Fetch is the original Fast Fetch. Oh, okay. Very cool. I see you're using the vertical tabs feature in Edge. If you like that, you might like Zen Browser. Man, you guys are throwing all the new technology at me this morning. I do like the vertical. Actually, that's the main reason I use Edge, is because of vertical tabs. Vertical tabs are goated. What did you say? Zen browser? Zen browser? I've never heard of this. Zen browser. Welcome to a calmer internet. Beautifully designed, privacy focused, packed. Does this work on Windows? Excuse me. I know it's not polite to talk with food in your mouth. Victor, thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, they got download for Mac, Windows, and Linux. Zen is currently in beta. If your device has been wrongly detected, can I install it with Winget? Winget Zen browser. Oh, it's a Firefox-based browser. Interesting. Huh. I didn't know people could wrap Firefox. That's cool. Yeah, I'll have to give that a try. I'll go ahead and install it. Maybe I'll use that this week. I don't think I'm at a place where I want to actually spend this morning setting up a new browser, but I've been working as a QA, Java Selenium for 4 years. Can I switch to be a Java developer? Oh, for sure, bro. If you know how to write code, you know how to write code, man. You can definitely switch and be a developer. I mean, I don't know how long it will take you, or like what's the path, or what's the job market like in India for Java devs, but I mean, I don't. So a lot of people, this is just an opinion, and you're welcome to disagree with it. A lot of people have this opinion that like QA is secondary to development, and in my opinion, it's not. I think you can have engineers who work in QA, and you can have engineers who work in development. But an engineer is still an engineer. It's just a difference in what you pay attention and time to, right? Like some of the browser automation that I've written over the last year and a half, 2 years, is good code. It's complex problem solving with code. It's just solving a different set of problems. And so I don't think you should look at yourself as like you're not a developer or you're not an engineer just because the way you solve problems in code is using Selenium to automate browsers. Right? I would say some of the stuff you have to do to automate browsers is equally, if not more, complex than some of the app development people do. So I think you just need to decide if that's something you want to pursue, and then you need to start putting it out there to the world that that's something that you want, right? And start going after it. Moo asked, but why Java though? Well, that people ask me why .NET, right? Like why .NET though? Well, because I enjoy it. NG Tanta, I love Windows more because it's have Winget, Scoop, and Chocolatey. Yeah, I mean Linux has package managers too, and so does Mac. So, but I enjoy working on Windows because I already know Java. It will be better. Yeah, if you know Java, you can pick up any other programming languages too. I don't want to be a QA anymore. Mostly, I'm getting repeating manual work. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're ever gonna get rid of manual testing as part of the QA job description. You know, that's just a part of it. But if you don't want to do manual testing, then you either need to find a role that's explicitly focused on automation, or, like you said, you can kind of move more to the development side of the house. I'm getting 12 LPA, but my dev friend's getting 20 plus. I'm guessing you're talking about pay. I mean, that is a thing. Devs sometimes do make more. I'm just saying I don't think you should look at yourself as like somehow you can't do what they can do. Right? If you can solve problems with code and you understand the basics of computer programming and software engineering, and you're willing to be humble and you're willing to apply yourself in a new discipline, you can pick it up. Okay. I feel like it's time to actually start doing some stuff. Yeah? So, first things first, if you were here yesterday, awesome. If you're here today, cool. No worries. New and old, we're happy to have you all. But just to kind of set the context of what I've been building, so I've had this idea the last like week, 2 weeks almost. I don't know, call it 10 days. To work on building like an agentic app, an AI agent app. And I'm calling it Casper, which is a play on words, because the thing I'm trying to build is essentially my own personal ghostwriter. So get it, Casper, ghostwriter, right? So if you don't know what a ghostwriter is typically someone who's a professional writer, but their name doesn't go on the things they write. So they're sort of like a freelancer, or they're like a writer for hire, a mercenary for hire, with a specialized skill in writing. The people like Gary Vaynerchuk use ghostwriters to write his book, write their books. People like, typically busy, important people who get book deals but don't necessarily have all the time to dedicate to sitting down and spending 4 to 6 hours a day writing a book, editing a book. They use a ghostwriter. And so it's not that ghostwriters do the thinking or the writing necessary, they don't do all the work, but the point of a ghostwriter is basically to help extract thoughts from the author and then take those thoughts and translate them into something that approximates what the author may have written themselves, right? In the same tone, style, voice, right? And so the whole point of that process being it helps get to a actual product sooner than the person might have if they just tried to do it all themselves. And so I have a blog where I like to post content, but as you can see, I don't do it very often. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't mean to burp into your ear. I don't do it very often, right? So maybe like once a month. And a large portion of that lack of posting is just because it takes quite a bit of time to sit down and like flush out your thoughts into into a blog post, edit it, finalize it, all that stuff. So my thought was, well, can I use an LLM to help me do that, right? Can I have an LLM help me go from 0 to 1, basically? So blank page all the way to a rough draft. Can it write it in such a way that it sounds like me, has a similar tone? And so that's what we've been working on. We've been using a framework from Microsoft that just got released about 10 days ago, two weeks ago, called the Agent Framework, which is basically, if you're familiar with things like LangChain, it's sort of in that similar vein. It just is supposed to give you a lot of helpful code that you would normally have to implement yourself when you're wanting to orchestrate or construct AI agents. So these two things go together because the idea for this application was we largely came up with it and decided to start working on it because of this framework, wanting to learn this framework. So if you're new here, that's the context of what's been happening on stream for a little while. Yesterday, we ran into a limitation of another library called Gemini.net that kind of sidetracked us from the main quest. We went on a little bit of a side quest. So essentially, when you're talking to Gemini, so this library helps me talk to Gemini.net, but it plugs in really nicely to the agent framework. However, we ran into a little bit of an issue where whenever we encounter JSON schemas, so this is usually you use a schema for a lot of these LLM providers to define like a structured output. We ran into an issue where this library doesn't support the use of refs, or they're officially called JSON pointers. So we spent most of yesterday, and then I also spent like an hour or two after stream implementing a solution to help handle these references. And the solution that I ended up implementing was basically all we do is we basically resolve this pointer to the schema that it's actually pointing to. So in this case, it would be this schema up here, and then we just inline it. So we basically take all this JSON that's up here, and we just stick it right here. And then there was one special case that we had to handle, which was cyclical, like actual cyclical references, right? So if something like this, where you have a child that references you have a child class that references a self, so it's like this cyclical structure. And this was actually an edge case I didn't think about till I was off stream yesterday, and it was kind of thorny to work through. But essentially, the solution I came up with was we are going to essentially allow one level of cyclical references, and then we're going to flatten everything. And so I opened a PR, and the implementation is here. It's kind of messy. Like, there's an implementation where I flatten the schema. Where is it? It was fun to implement, but it's kind of messy. Yeah, right here. This is where we create flattened schema. So I have to keep track of like the element we're working on, the root element for that element, a set of resolved references, so I know if I've seen something before, and then the current circular reference. Yeah, it turned out to be super messy. And also, all of this is recursive, right? Because we're processing we're processing a JavaScript object. So there's this, it has a kind of a tree structure. So this is like a recursive call. It was way more time consuming than I originally thought it was going to be. But I did hear back from the I did hear back from the maintainer, and it looks like he's out for the next week. But he did say, let's see, what did he say? He said, from a quick skim, it looks great, but he won't be able to actually review it for another week or so, which is no big deal because we solved our problem, and so I have that forked version, the version that includes my fix. I have that here as a submodule. So that's the beauty of open source, right? Like you're not dependent on people to merge your changes. You can just fork the repo and make the changes yourself and move on. And if they ever merge it, great. If they don't merge it, no big deal. I realize I ran my mouth for a long time, so let's scroll up here. Oh. This happens every so often. For whatever reason, my GitHub theme I have to reinstall it. So I have to do this. I have to install it. Close. What is here rocks? Okay, something that doesn't look good. Failed to spawn process. Jose, thanks for the subscription, man. Build failed. Invim dat Python. I have no idea why that is failing. But it's okay because I don't need. Can I just uninstall this? Clean failed. Oh. So is every time I open NeoVim, is it gonna do that? That's kind of annoying. No results matching query were found. Lua 5.1. Trying to build from source. Okay, that's super, super annoying. I don't really need NVim DAP, but I guess we'll switch over to Visual Studio Code because I don't feel like trying to fix that right now. It's a little big, but let's see. Let's go. Where are you doing the AI inference? This is all I'm using Gemini's API, so I'm just calling their API and using their infrastructure to run inference. Eating chips and drinking a soda at 11:46 for me seems so weird. Well, I guess it's 11:46 in the morning or at night. I mean, I think that's reasonable to eat chips. Hello, Butterscotch. Hello, Suhas. Good to see you. Consider using OpenRouter. Lets you swap models faster. Yeah, I mean, the agent framework is great, man. If you haven't ever used it, then you don't know what you're missing out on. I've never used OpenRouter, but the agent framework is plenty okay for me. And the agent framework allows you to switch models fine as well. You just have to swap out different libraries. Microsoft provides a set of abstractions that people can implement models against. Suhas, did I miss anything? Nah, you didn't miss anything. We just been talking. Almost 100 watching. Oh, nice. Very cool. Yeah, we've had a little bit of a party here the last couple days on stream. I have a doubt. It's political. Can ask. I mean, you're always welcome to ask. I might just not have a thought about it. What do you think about immigration in general? I think immigration's wonderful. I mean, America is a country built on the backs of immigration. Um, my grandma, my mom's mom, was a first generation immigrant. She came to the United States when she was 18 from Honduras. So I am a product of an immigrant. Um, so yeah, I mean, and at some point, if you're an American, at some point, somewhere in your lineage, you're a product of immigration, whether you like it or not. Obviously, if you're a Native American, but the majority of us are uh, somewhere we trace our lineage back to an immigrant somewhere. How to exit Vim? What you want? You mean is that a video or something? Exiting? I mean, people make a joke about it being hard to exit Vim, but it's not actually super complicated, right? It just doesn't. It's just not totally. It's not intuitive. That I think that's the thing about exiting Vim is it's not intuitive. Like you don't open Vim and then immediately think, oh yeah, the way to get out of this is :WQ. Somebody has to explicitly tell you that before you actually figure it out. Morning, by the way. Yeah, good morning to you. It's not lunch yet, but it'll be soon. Well, 11:46 a.m. is, I mean, that's lunch. Noon is lunch, right? What, you're 14 minutes away from lunch? Open router's a little different. It's just the same people, same API for all the models. Open router translated it back to the provider's API, and you just use one library, and changing the model is just one string. Well, that's cool. Um, in this world, so I don't think Open Router has a .NET. If I had to guess, I'm guessing that's a Python thingy. And if you're, you may be newer here, but I'm not much of a Python guy. Let's see, Open Router.net. Oh, no. Doesn't look like it. I got Python and TypeScript. TypeScript's great though. I love TypeScript, but it won't work for my .NET needs. So yeah, I mean, I think changing one string sounds really cool. However, in my world, the way it works in the .NET ecosystem is there's something called Microsoft.extensions.ai. Pakis, thanks for the subscription, man. There's something called Microsoft.extensions.ai. So if you want to switch from Gemini to Anthropic, you just pull in a package that implements these abstractions and you're good to go. So Open Router sounds like a very cool concept though. It's unfortunate the AI world has not embraced .NET. It's just for those cool Python TypeScript kids. What's the pink drink? Oh, this is just like flavored water packets. That's all. Add a Python script. That's funny you say that. There's a project called CS Snakes that allows you to embed Python in .NET application. So it basically allows you to call Python code or Python, basically call Python code that you've written via C# code. Just kind of interesting. However, that seems way more than what I need in my case. Inspire. Hey, man, it's been a long time no see. Good to see you. Also, I should point out, I love Lamp or just Lamp. I always forget that your guys' display names are different than your usernames. He is one of our illustrious members here on the YouTube channel, which gives him access to awesome emotes like this one. Python is the best. Yeah, I mean, it's not that there's nothing wrong with it. It just, I don't know. It hasn't grabbed me personally. You know, I can write it, I know it, but I don't reach for it very often. Eugene. Hello, Eugene. How are you? Okay, so what do I want to do before we switch over to trying to build the NAS? What do I want to do in this application this morning? I think what I'd like to do is maybe try to work on one of the other agents. So I have the research agent working now, I think. So I think this will work. If I run this test, it should work. It takes a minute because it actually makes 2 inference requests, which is probably problematic. But I think what we'll do is I think we'll move on to the writer prompt, the writer agent, and we'll just finish implementing that. Then we'll switch over to the NAS, which I'm going to try to install TrueNAS, which is sort of going off script because it's not what TerraMaster ships with their NAS, but everyone says TrueNAS is a really good operating system for network attached storage devices. So I'm going to give that a whirl. TrueNAS is good. Just be sure to set up RAID. Yeah, that's the whole point of having a NAS is having RAID, man. Or at least in my opinion, it's like, why would you set up? Okay, yeah, that worked. It's like, why would you set up a NAS and not have it rated? Okay. Agent time. Okay, so we have our writer. We have our writer agent. Our writer agent is going to return a writer agent response, which is just going to have content for now. Yeah, I don't think I have a prompt yet. Yeah, I need a prompt for the writer. The other thing I need to do with the... Oh, I know what I need to do. So I need to implement... I need to implement a couple methods here. So I want to do public override string to string. So I want to excuse me. I want to have 3 methods here. I want a method. Let's see, public string to JSON. How did I do this in the other? Hey, Potato Goal, how are you? A nice username. The point of a NAS is the name Network Attached Storage, although both of the meanings of NAS are in the same, but you can do RAID without a NAS too. Yeah, but I mean, like, if you're gonna take all the time to set up network attached storage, and you're gonna connect to the network, and you're gonna use it as a repository for all your data, but you're not going to set up a RAID system on it, that seems really dumb. It seems like, well, why don't you just connect some hard drives then to your USB and to your networked computer and just call it a day? I don't know. It seems dumb to spend that amount of money on a computer and storage and then just not do anything like actually proper and responsible with it. How did I write this over here? Yeah, I just called serialize. And then I want one that's public string to markdown. Our string builder. Oh my goodness. Copilot is very eager. Well, it is going to access instance data, so. Yeah, that's fine. Copilot with the assist. Accept my Discord. Oh, yeah, sure, for sure. If anybody else wants in the Discord, if you just go to discord.stephenfreeborn.com, that'll hook you up. Most of my stuff follows that type of convention. So, like, if you want to find my GitHub, you can go github.stephenfreeborn.com. So discord.stephenfreeborn.com. There you go. This is complaining. What do we want? We want culture info dot invariant, like that. Thank you, Copilot. All right. Then we need a way to turn it into text, which is going to be basically a similar thing. We're just not going to use Markdown. Oh, I should also say the reason I'm doing this is because I have an idea to run some evaluations to see if using Markdown or to basically, I want to see if using Markdown versus plain text versus JSON improves my results. So that's the reason for doing this. Robert, thanks for subscribing, man. We appreciate you. Super kind. Super kind of you. That's what I need there. So I got my research points, my additional resources. I think that's good. Okay, so now we have ways to translate our structured data research brief into like a prompt message or like prompt content. And now what we're gonna do, let's see. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna work on that writer. So if we go back to our main entry point here, are you setting up TrueNAS? Yeah, I think I am going to do that today. I was gonna do a little bit of coding and then we'll probably switch over here in a minute and work on the NAS setup. I don't really have. I'll have to figure out a way. I'll have to probably move my camera around a little bit. I'll have to figure out maybe a way to get the NAS display on stream. Maybe I don't know. I don't know how far I'm gonna take all that, but it'll probably be. To be honest, setting up the TrueNAS or the NAS will probably be a lot of Steven Googling and trying to figure it out. Hey Steve, what's up? Love your consistency. 5 viewers to 50. You deserve more. Well, that is very kind. Yeah, I try to be consistent. I try to be consistent in all things in life, you know? If I'm going to do something, I try to stick with it, do it consistently. I don't know if I deserve more than 50 viewers, but I appreciate every single one of you. Okay, so if we go back to our entry point here, you can see Chat GPT would help. Well, we might pull out the Chat GPT too. We'll pull out the Google, we'll pull out the Chat GPT. I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos on it because I've had the NAS. I've had all this stuff in my office now for. Well, I guess I've had it all in my office since Friday, but I've had the computer without the hard drives since last Friday, like a week, more than a week. And I've just kind of been procrastinating on setting it up because I don't want to screw it up. Okay, so in any event, we're going from researcher to writer. So in our writer, I think we need to update the signature of our writer so that it doesn't get a topic brief. It should handle a research brief, is I think what we want. Research brief. Right? Or actually, do we want to pass both? Do we want to pass both the writer and the research brief? This is a good question. Because they're supposed to be different things, you know? Yeah, I'm almost wondering if I don't. Yeah, let's do this. So we'll have writer brief. Let's create a new class. Writer brief .cs. And for now, we'll keep this really simple. We'll just make the writer brief be an aggregate. So this will be an internal sealed record. Writer brief. And let's tell Copilot to be quiet for a second. So this is going to have a property, and we're just gonna, for now, let's just say topic brief, and this will be a string. And we'll do a, also, just to be fully honest, like, I'm making a lot of this up as I go. So, as we all do, it seems. So, I don't know if this is like the best way to build one of these apps with the agent framework. It's the first time I've done it, and so I'm just trying to kind of feel out different patterns and approaches as I go. So basically all this does is it just basically acts as an aggregate to take the information that came from our interviewer and our researcher and put them into one aggregate that we can pass to the writer. And so now in our researcher, we will, instead of returning a topic brief, we're going to have our researcher return a writer brief. Where was I? Researcher. Yeah, so writer brief. Then we need to come down here and we need to say writer brief. No, it's just going to get a topic brief, but then down here we are going to return oh no, sorry, that's not what I want. I want to leave that to be a topic brief because that's what the researcher is taking in. That's what the type it's going to handle. But down here where I'm returning a research brief, I basically need to say hold on, wait, not a research brief. I want to new up a writer brief. And we will return that. So we'll say research.brief and result.value. Oh, and we can also strongly type these. These don't have to be strings. Topic brief. Research brief. Also, I don't know why I decided to use the word brief for all this stuff. It just seemed like that was appropriate. Yeah, so this is a topic brief, and this is a research brief, and we're just going to return that as an aggregate from our researcher, and then in our writer, we're going to actually handle that. So whenever we receive a success of type writer brief, we will handle it here. Excuse me. So let's see if we can actually what do I want to do? Let's see if we can handle that here. So we'll just basically, all we'll do here is we'll just say return message, and let's actually make this why did I call this a result? Let's call this I think it's originally called a message. Yeah. So let's just return message.value.topic brief to string. plus message dot value dot research brief dot toString. And this is complaining because this is not async. And then let's just act, instead of just returning it, we'll say, oh, actually, if we return it, that's fine. Returning it's fine. We'll still see this as an output. Okay, so let's see if we could get all the way through to the writer currently. This should work. This should work. Let's see. We'll say .NET run. Hello, Arvin. How are you? Let's see. KS. Could you please just briefly explain about your project? So the project here is we're basically trying to recreate this type of a workflow, but using this agent framework from Microsoft. So the idea generally is that this application will help orchestrate a few different calls to an LLM to at the end of the day output some sort of draft blog post. That's the idea. In somewhat of an automated fashion, I guess, right? So the first thing the app will do, it'll like prompt you to say like, what would you want to write about? And I'll say, it'll basically try to lead you to give enough information to actually produce a blog post, just like a ghostwriter would, right? Just like if you were being interviewed and someone was trying to extract and distill your thoughts from your own mind. That's kind of the experience that I want this application to initially do. So why all TypeScript developers should give C# a chance. Now, this is a little pedantic at the moment, so Casper is just going to continually to ask me questions basically till it gets all the information you want. So we're just going to do that really quick. So I say, because C# is performant, its type system will feel very familiar, and the language has a large ecosystem. Can you describe the ideal TypeScript developer you envision? Let's see. This would be. Also, let me split my pane here real quick. Split pane down. Be a web developer who is currently building backends in Hano instead of C#, instead of .NET. What tone? It should be casual. There's some user experience that obviously I need to work on. I want them to download the .NET SDK and write a minimal API using C# dev kit. So at this point, it should kind of know, it should kind of have all the information it needs to now do that initial research. So that's what's happening right now, I believe, is it's making the calls out to the LLM to one, generate the final topic brief. The topic brief then gets passed to the researcher. The researcher then is supposed to do research using Google search as its sort of grounding mechanism. And then it's supposed to output a research brief, right? So you have the writer brief and then the research brief, and those we'll use those in combination to prompt the LLM for writing. But I don't have a prompt for the writing agent yet, so I need to come up with one. So that's pretty cool. So this is the research brief. Although I think I see the research brief twice. Or more than once. Okay, so this is the start of the workflow topic. I don't know why I'm seeing things multiple times though in the console. Oh, that's because the editor prints it, and then the critic prints it. That's why. So this is the topic brief here, and then the topic brief turns into the research brief here. Supporting data. We have some examples. Why does supporting data appear twice? Supporting data. I think that might just be an issue in my code. All right, so it works. So now we just need to actually prompt for a blog post. So let's go back to Visual Studio. Oh, have I already really been live for a minute 12? Holy crap. Yeah, I want to give myself time for the NAS thing. I think we'll do this a little bit longer and then we'll switch over. Okay, we're going to turn to my trusty prompt engineer, Gemini. This is how I basically write all the prompts, or at least this is how I get the initial prompt for most use cases when I'm working with an LLM. Is I ask another LLM to write the initial prompt. It doesn't mean that I won't iterate on the prompt, but I feel like getting to a working prompt is much faster asking the LLM to write it than me sitting down to write it. And it's oftentimes much better. Excuse me? Hey, what's up, Veds Improv? And good to see you. Why don't you give tutorials and lessons to teach to code on this channel? I mean, I can if people would be interested in that. Most of the content I try to make is less around positioning myself as like an expert where I'm trying to teach other people how to do this, and I'm more of just trying to make content where I'm sharing what I'm building. As somebody who knows how to write code and someone who really enjoys building things, I'm just trying to share my experiences and the things I'm learning and the things I've learned, less about trying to be like a master programmer, because I think I'm far from that. But if people would be interested in hearing me, walk them through a particular topic or a particular thing, I'd be happy to make some content like that. I just, I think I'm far from anyone's mentor at this point. You could give live classes. Oh, that'd be kind of interesting. Yeah. If you want to teach, start a new channel separate from this. Yeah, I don't know. My channel is I'll probably always just have this one channel. And it might not always be a programming channel. It hasn't always been a programming channel. For the longest time, it was more fitness. And then for the longest time, it was more centered around my family and our life with young kids. And recently, it's been more about coding and programming. My channel's always been more of a reflection of who I am and what I'm doing at a particular time in my life than trying to like niche myself into a category. I think you are an experienced coder. You should share your knowledge. I'll take that into consideration, man. I appreciate that feedback. I don't know what a live class would look like, but maybe we could do some ideating around that. What was I? Oh, I know what I was doing. So I'm going to go over to the topic brief. I'm just going to copy all this. And I'm going to say, I need to write a prompt for an AI agent that instructs the agent to write a blog post about a particular topic that also factors in supporting research. Currently, the topic is extracted from the user by another AI agent, and the research is produced based on that topic by another AI agent. The topic and research briefs are going to be passed as context to the writer. Below is how the briefs are represented in code. So that's the topic brief, and then I'll also get the research brief. A lot of this AI, the thing with this AI stuff, especially when you get into the world of like doing the prompt engineering, or as all the cool kids are saying nowadays, the context engineering, a lot of this stuff is just trial and error. You know, it's like, what's the best way to provide this data in a meaningful way? What's the right way? What's the right way to get the right tokens to put to go into the word calculator to get the right tokens out? And it really comes down to a lot of trial and error. You have to be willing to do a lot of evaluations. We've been working on this stuff a lot at work, and people have there's lots of opinions and there's lots of advice out there, but it all sort of boils down to, I don't know, you should try some stuff. Which is fine. As somebody who came up in a scientific background, I'm totally okay with experimentation and using data to guide you. Let's put some backticks around this, because that always seems to help. We'll say this is C#. Let's see, how would you, or can you please draft an initial prompt for my writer agent utilizing any of the factoring in the availability of this context, of this additional context, and we'll see what it comes up with. Doing the normal daily tasks. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. I'm excited though. This morning, my my Los Angeles Rams play the Jags in London, so it's gonna be football all day here. I need to write a prompt to another AI agent, which needs to write a prompt to another AI agent, which needs to write a prompt to another AI agent. It's funny. It's funny because it's true, and it's funny because in the AI world right now, there's so much hype around agentic AI, and there's so many people trying to make it seem like it's way more sophisticated than the sentence you just wrote. But that's basically what's happening. Agents are just like a conceptual architectural way to organize tools in prompts and control context windows. And at the end of the day, all you're doing is you're passing text around, and sometimes that text has been translated to structured data and sometimes it hasn't. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw Andre Karpathy did an interview just the other day. Andre Karpathy interview, and he kind of roasted. Here we go. This is the interview that just came out yesterday.
Imagine
and he kind of roasted the status of the AI world at the moment. I think he called it something like, he called AI agents like, I'm pretty sure he called it slop. Let me see if I can find the clip I saw on X. Yeah, here we go.
It just so happens that everything that we had before is much worse. I'm actually optimistic. I think this will work. I think it's tractable. I'm only sounding pessimistic because when I go on my Twitter timeline, I see all this stuff that makes no sense to me. A lot of it is, I think, honestly, just fundraising. We're not actually building animals. We're building ghosts. These like sort of ethereal spirit entities because they're fully digital and they're kind of like
Also, what is that background music that's playing in
mimicking humans, and it's a different kind of intelligence. It's business as usual because we're in an intelligence explosion already and have been for decades. Everything is gradually being automated, has been for hundreds of years. Don't write blog posts, don't do slides, don't do any of that. Like build the code, arrange it, get it to work. It's the only way to go. Otherwise, you're missing.
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't watched the whole interview, but there's a clip in there where he says something like, AI agents are like fuck, I wish I could remember. It's pretty good. Andre, but it just, what you said about needing to prompt an agent to prompt an agent to prompt an agent, it's just like, yeah, I mean that's pretty much what people are doing. We're trying to figure out the right architectural way to make use of these LLMs, but have the deterministic nature of like normal code, right? Like we're Andre Karpathy AI agent slop, something like that. I think this is it.
Overall, the models are they're not there, and I kind of feel like the industry it's making too big of a jump, and it's trying to pretend like this is amazing, and it's not. It's slop, and I think they're not coming to terms with it. Overall, the models are
which I think I think his commentary, right, is much more like it's in reaction to the AI hype bros, right? He's basically trying to like ground people back in the fact that like LLMs are pretty cool, but like they're not the end all be all, right? They're not gonna probably be what AGI ultimately is, which is what a lot of people want. A lot of people just want, especially if you're somebody like OpenAI, you want to be able to also, for those that might be interested, here's the full interview. Let me share this link in case you're curious, because I'll probably listen to this at some point. Agentic inception. Gemini is the most human LLM out there, in my opinion. I I don't know about human, but I do. That's the one that I've been using the most, just primarily because it's the one I pay for. So I don't have this a similar like limitation as I do when I use Claude or ChatGPT. The funny thing is in a lot of cases I kind of use them all pretty interchangeably. Um, like I haven't ever really used one and been like, oh, this one's so much better than another one. I do. One of the things I do like about being a Copilot customer is I do like that when I go to Copilot, I have access to all these different models. Now, granted, I know Microsoft or the Copilot product, they do some things over the top of all these models. But I like that I can switch in here, so I have access to different ones. But right now, I pay for Copilot and I pay for Gemini, so those are the ones I primarily use myself. Hi, how do you close all those tabs? I have a serious issue with a billion tabs. What are you talking about in my editor? My editor, there's just two tabs open, and in my browser, there's just 5, 6. I mean, that seems reasonable, man. I feel like that's reasonable. I have coworkers that will have like 30 tabs open. I feel like I have pretty decent tab discipline. All right, let's see what Gemini came up with. Let's see, AI writer, agent prompt, role. You are expert, blah, blah, blah. You will be provided with 2 pieces of content. Here's the context for this task. So it's saying, okay, so I just drop it in there as JSON, okay. Okay, I want to iterate on a couple things. So, no, I think that's okay. How about I want to ask a question about this. So, is it best to just dump in the briefs as JSON, or should we use some other format? I mean, honestly, it may not matter, right? This is where you'd probably want to run some evaluations. Should you just dump the other data in there as JSON, or should you? This is the sycophantic version of LLMs. It's an excellent question. It's not the best approach. A formatted, more readable format like Markdown is always better for prompt clarity. For formatted text is better than raw JSON. Instead of injecting the raw JSON string, pre-process the topic into a clean Markdown format before inserting it. Okay. I think though, if I had asked this LLM if, you know what I mean, I think any way that I'd asked this LLM, it probably would have like been like, no, that's not the best way. We should do it the way you were, because I kind of asked a leading question, right? So and these LLMs have this sycophancy to them where when you ask them leading questions like that, they sort of almost always fall towards your favor. They don't really challenge you, which is unfortunate because that's what you'd like from an expert, right? If this was a real expert prompt engineer, you'd want someone who's like, well, the reason why I chose JSON is because XYZ. Because it's like, well, if JSON's not the best approach, why did you choose it to begin with? Okay, can you give me the complete initial draft of the prompt in a copyable Markdown code block. All right, I'm probably gonna copy and paste this prompt over, and then what am I trying to say? I'm gonna copy and paste this prompt over, and then I'm gonna go upstairs, get more coffee, and then we'll set up the network attached storage device that I bought. My eye started to itch all of a sudden. Tab discipline. Thank you. Yeah, you gotta have tab discipline. You're absolutely right. Yeah, it is. It is an app. This was a much more subtle. You're absolutely right moment, right? It's basically, that's what it's basically saying here is like, you're absolutely right. We shouldn't use JSON. We should use Markdown. But it said it without sounding so sycophantic. But that's basically it. It gave me an answer, and then because I poked it and I mentioned Markdown, or I mentioned some other format, it decided, oh yeah, actually, let's change my mind. Which is the part of LLMs that I don't find particularly helpful myself. Okay, so let's go over to prompt, and let's paste this in here. Dang it. I always do that. I always overwrite what's in my clipboard. So we'll come up here, do a little bit of indenting. All right, so I think that's okay. I think that's okay, although I don't think I want to put the context in the system message. I think I just want to reference it and then provide it as a user message. So can you rewrite the prompt with the understanding that we won't inject the briefs directly into this system instruction prompt, but rather we will pass them as a subsequent user message? I guess I don't need to ask it as a question. I guess I can just tell the LLM. The LLM's probably not going to be like, no, I can't do that. If you can make a large, or if you can make a language model either large or small, I would make it so it doesn't go with user preference all the time. It'll sometimes challenge it, sometimes not. Yeah, I mean, that's what you want, that out of a model that's truly an expert, right? You want a model that's going to like stand on business, right? If it has really strong compelling evidence and data about something, you want it to push back, right? You want it to educate you. The same way if you're talking to a lawyer or an accountant, right? Somebody in one of these fields who, if you attempted to sort of challenge their stance on something, they wouldn't just be like, "Oh yeah, totally, good point." You know, that's not what you want. The user message I send you will contain 2 key pieces of information. Your initial task. Acknowledge that you have understood the instructions. Respond with only the following sentence. I'm ready to write. Please. No. 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 I don't want to instruct the user that they need to provide the briefs. I just want you to write the prompt with the assumption that they will already be provided as user messages. See, even this kind of betrays the LLM's like lack of understanding of the fact that like we're separating things. Like it's assuming that we're like one-shotting everything, and it's kind of like not understanding that we're gonna have a system prompt and then we're gonna have these subsequent like messages in the conversation. Okay, that's better. That's better. Oh, whoops. I deleted the... Line does not start with white space. What? Oh, there we go. It's like, what are you talking about? Okay, I think that's, I think that'll work. Yeah? So then in our writer, we now should be able to call the agent and send it that information. So how do I want to do that? I think what I want to do is, I mean, basically we just need to do what we do in the interviewer. So we'll have, we'll say var agent response equals await agent dot run async. And we will pass in our brief. So we'll say what will we say here? I guess we'll just put the briefs together as a single piece of text, and so we'll say var context equals, well, that's already been described. Brief. Basically equals this. And we'll just put those together for now. There's probably a better way to format all this stuff, but I'm trying to keep it simple. And then we'll just return the results. Return agent res.text. So we'll say brief context equals the thread, or we'll say run async with the brief context, the thread. We don't have any options, so we'll just pass the cancellation token along like this. We'll run it. and we'll return the text. So let's see if we can actually get a blog out, a properly written markdown blog out of here. Let's see, in the case of a challenging LLM, we could just prompt it to change its behavior to do the way we want it to respond. Yeah, I guess you could, but it would be nice if that was kind of inherently baked into its weights, to its personality, right? Where you didn't have to tell it every time. Temperature, yeah, temperature could be helpful there. If the LLM doesn't challenge the user, it's pretty much just babysitting the user, like, oh yeah, you'll get what you needed, even if it's not efficient. Yeah, I mean there is definitely something about these LLMs that people don't want to admit, is people who fall in love with using them. It, LLMs have a capacity to be far more understanding and empathetic of a human being than any other human being could ever be, right? So I think there definitely is something to the fact that I think people do like a little bit of sycophancy, right? Like, I don't think anyone would ever say that out loud or admit it, but like we do kind of like it when people agree with us. We do kind of like it when they understand our opinion or say they understand our opinion. And I know OpenAI and Anthropic have talked about like they're trying to do things to improve that. But I have yet to interact with an LLM that doesn't display that type of behavior. Okay, let's write about why LLMs display so much. What is it? How do you even spell that word? Sycophancy? Sycophancy. And why this is bad. Who is the target audience for this blog post? It is primarily young men who are ate up with the idea of AI consuming the world. What are the 3 main points? Let's see. I guess my 3 main points would be overly agreeable LLMs distort your own sense of what is true or not. LLMs should willingly challenge faulty logic or thinking. We don't want LLMs to create even more of an echo chamber in society. I don't know. I'm making all these points up, but that's what's coming to mind. What is this casual? It's casual. I want them to go talk to an LLM and see if they can get it to be more Socratic and really force and really push back against a incorrect thought or idea. Okay, so this is the thing that takes the longest time, because we basically right now are making 4 inference calls. So we make 1 call to assess what the topic brief should be. We make another call to figure out what research we need to get for the topic brief. Then we format that research, and then we make the last call to ask it to actually write the blog post. So there's going to be probably a minute of inference. It would actually be really cool to hook this up to OpenTelemetry, actually, so we could like see the spans. That would actually be pretty cool. Hey, Brawl MMA, how are you? Can you suggest some self-help books that would help me boost my productivity? Let's see, self-help books that would help with productivity. So are you looking for things that are more like motivational, or are you looking for things that are more like strategic? Like, here are some habits, here are some tactics, or are you looking for something that's like more of like a mental attitude framework type of thing? Because those are definitely two different types of books, you know. Workflow completed with result. Okay, so this is the post it wrote. Let's copy. Obviously, it's a JSON because we asked it to respond with JSON, so that's why it doesn't look very long, does it? I guess that's the first, and it almost looks like it got cut off. Studies like, yeah, it's like it got cut off. Do you think we exceeded some sort of context window or something? Yeah, this is interesting. There's a few different headers in here, but it definitely is like it didn't finish writing. But I don't know why. I don't know why it did that. So we'd have to go and inspect that. Obviously, all the new lines here are. This is because it was responding in JSON, so it had to escape all the. Yeah, it was in the middle of. It was in the middle of. It was in the middle of writing, and it just stopped. Which I don't know why it would have. Why it would have done that. Okay. Anywho, I'm glad we got that done. So we're getting closer. I've taken so much time to build this app, way more time than what it probably needs because I've been doing it on stream. I think we're gonna switch gears. I think we're gonna switch over and we're gonna try to put together my my NAS application. So let's do git status, git add, git commit m feature. This is whip on implementing writer. Okay, so here's the situation. What's up, I Love Lamp? Will you do the test game stream tomorrow? Sorry, I'm kind of impatient. No, I probably won't do that tomorrow. That's like a whole thing to make a list of what I'm gonna look at and then make sure I have everything installed. And I'm just not gonna do it. I like the idea. I just I need to spend more time actually organizing it. Okay, so what are we doing? I keep losing my train of thought. What are we doing? What we're gonna do now is Steven is basically going to spend a little bit of time being frustrated as he gets his network attached storage device set up. So let's close these tabs and let's lay out the plan. So the plan here is I bought, let me see if I can find the link. Okay, so this is the NAS. I just bought this. So it's the TerraMaster NAS, which basically has 4 bays for hard drives and a small little mini PC in it with some RAM. I'm gonna start with just doing 2 of the bays. So I'm gonna have 2 20 terabyte hard drives, and I'm gonna put them into RAID 1. So basically a full mirror. So I should only have about like 20 terabytes of storage to start with, but that's fine. I just need to back up some existing external hard drives. So this is the machine we're going to set up. And then I think I'm going to try to install TrueNAS on it. So it comes with an OS. But I think I'm going to try to install the community version of TrueNAS because it looks cool. I've heard good things about it. So that's what we're gonna do. So I think I need to rearrange my computer or my camera just a little bit so you guys can probably see, because some of this is gonna be hardware stuff. I've got to like install some SSDs and all that stuff. So that's the plan. What's your opinion on Terry A. Davis? Is he the guy who built an OS? He built an OS, but then didn't he have like some mental health struggles and I think he ended up passing away, didn't he? I really don't have a very strong, I guess, or a very well-formed opinion. I just know of him. Like, I just know kind of his story. Yeah, I think this is the guy you were talking about, right? Yeah, I mean, sad, tragic. Obviously, he was a very talented and smart individual, but it sounds like he had some struggles in his life, which is too bad. I mean, you can't get a master's degree in electrical engineering and not be a pretty competent, capable human being. That's a difficult thing to accomplish. Yeah, I guess my only opinion is tragic ending to what it sounds like was an otherwise very promising life. All right, I'm gonna run upstairs. I'm gonna get more coffee, use the restroom, and then I'm come back down and I'll move my camera around and stuff, and we'll get the computer out and try to do this on stream. It's entirely possible that I get frustrated and then just end the stream without actually accomplishing anything with the NAS, but I'm just preparing you guys, because whenever I do stuff like this, there's usually some grumpy dad moments involved whenever I set things up like this. Be right back. Went to get coffee. Oh crap. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright. I will turn the music up a touch, so watch your ears. And then I'm going to mute myself, and I'll be right back. If you guys need to go, I totally get it. You're 42, right? I'm 32. Man, what are you trying to do? Age me? No, I'm just kidding. He said kind of old. No, I'm 32, but when it comes to YouTube, 32 is still kind of old. It's kind of cool to think like I'm 30. So when I'm 42, both my kids will be done with high school when I'm 42. So, yeah, right? 18, 9 more years. That makes me 41. No, so 43. When I'm 43, both my kids will be done with high school. But kind of cool to think where you'll be, in 10 years. Like, try to project yourself forward 10 years from now. It's kind of a cool thought process where you're going to be at. Imagine what my YouTube channel will be like when I'm 42. My YouTube channel might be about, I don't know, something completely different at 42. Y'all might not even be here. All right, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to mute myself, get coffee, and then come down and we'll set up the computer. So if you need a break, take it now, and I'll see you guys in a minute. I'm back. Turn the music back down. Did I miss anything? Let's see. Yeah, cool. I'll be in college. Let's see. You got blah 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 blah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Here we go. We'll see how this is gonna go. I'm gonna move my camera around so you guys can, because I think I'm just gonna work on my desk. So I'll move my camera around so you guys have a little bit better viewing experience. Trying to organize myself here. I've never done I've never done something like this on stream, so we'll see how this goes. I think I'm actually gonna swap out my lens real quick. One sec. Um, I'm turning my camera off just for 1 second. All right, there we go. I don't know. I probably I I probably should have thought this out a little bit more before before I just decided to do it. We'll do it live, whatever. I was just trying to give you guys an angle to where you could see the computer stuff. This is the actual NAS itself in the box. I think you should give a setup tour sometime. Oh man, my setup is super. There's nothing really fancy about my setup. The monitors are cheap Samsung monitors, and yeah, there's nothing particularly interesting to write home about. But Okay, I'm already back from getting coffee, so I can get rid of this message. Also, it's totally cool if this like isn't your kind of stream and you much prefer like coding. So if this is not interesting to you, do not think twice about departing from the stream, because that's no big deal. And also, I'm probably gonna work on this till 8 o'clock ish, and then I'm gonna go watch the Rams play the Jaguars in London. That game's at 8:30 my time. So this thing is a lot smaller than what I thought it was. All right. What else we got here? So that's the unit. We got a power cord. That'll work. Oh, they gave a network cable too. That's nice. Which, I mean, it is network attached storage, so. Bunch of replacement screws. Some instructions, but who needs those? Some stickers for your hard drive, it looks like. Looks like you can register for a warranty. Rams or Jaguars? Rams for sure. Yeah, Rams. So where I live, I live in Kansas City, Kansas. But I was born in a town called Joplin, Missouri. And so there was really two teams to root for growing up. There was the Chiefs or there was the Rams, because the Rams used to be in St. Louis. And at some point growing up, I kind of got tired of the Chiefs losing all the time. And so, I mean, not that the Rams necessarily did any better, but like in the 2000s, the Rams were actually pretty decent, like the early 2000s. And so I became a Rams fan. Then the Rams moved to Los Angeles, and I had an existential crisis about like, should I support the Rams or should I like pick a new team? And I decided, nah, I'm just gonna stick with it. All right, so it looks like there's got pretty good I/O on this thing. It's got a fan, onboard fan. Yeah, I was debating between buying like a NAS like this or like building my own, but I kind of got intimidated by the building my own part. So I decided to just stick with one off the shelf. Okay, so the first thing based on what I've learned from watching YouTube, which again, I don't have any idea what I'm doing. So this is not a tutorial. This is just a stream where you can follow along as I struggle through this. So what I understand is that the computer for this machine is actually this half of the box, and then your bays are in this half. So if we take this cover off, there's going to be a USB drive in here that is the boot drive. And so we need to take that out, flash it with TrueNAS, and then put it back in. And I also need to install some SSDs in here, so that's what we'll do first. So we'll put the SSDs in, we'll flash that boot drive, and then we'll try to fire it up. So how do I get into it? Looks like there's some screws on the back. There are some screws on the back here. Also, I found a pretty good guide on how to do this. Let's see if I can TerraMaster TrueNAS. This one right here. This is from a website called NAS Compares. I think this guy has a YouTube channel too. So I'm just gonna kind of follow along with what he did. Apparently, I was reading online, apparently these TerraMasters used to be kind of a pain in the butt to get into, but The newer cases are actually not that bad. This screwdriver is just a little too big. This is literally a project that I've been thinking about doing for like 5 years now, and I've been putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. So I'm proud of myself for finally spending the money. Okay, so apparently I think it just slides now. I don't want to break it. There we go. Okay, so the cover comes off. And that's the onboard computer. So there's two NVMEs that you can see there. There's two slots for NVMEs right here. I don't know how well you guys can see actually because my camera's so far away. Let me try to get it a little closer. So I'll put the NVMEs in there, and then there's a boot drive somewhere on this thing. Yeah, right here. So if you look right there, I'm gonna drop this, I just know it. If you look right there, there's a tiny little boot drive, like right there. And apparently that's where the OS is currently installed. Or that's where it boots from. So we're gonna install the NVMEs and we're gonna flash that boot drive. How do you get this thing out? This USB drive is like just barely comes out. Actually, I think I might have to unscrew the board to get it out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to unscrew the board, I think, to get it out. Some random guy. Nice username, dude. Lamp. Rare footage of Steven unboxing on a stream and showing more of his room by moving his camera. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really exciting about happening in my room. It's just, you know, a Peloton bike in the back, some pictures that I haven't hung up since we moved. Greetings from Spain, joined late. Can you summarize really quick what's the coding project you're working on? Oh, so so the coding project I was working on was this application that I'm calling Casper, which is basically like my own personal ghostwriter, but powered by a large language model, basically to orchestrate this. This is what we were working on. However, now we've switched context and we're working on setting up some network attached storage. This is what we're doing right now. So if you don't want to stick around for that, it's totally cool. I thought some people might find this interesting. Obviously, not everyone is going to, but the key is just not to break anything right now. That's the key. But there's no way I'm going to get this boot drive out of here without Although, I wonder, maybe... Before we do this, maybe we leave this... Let's leave that in there. Let's install the NVMEs, and let's see if we can't boot from another USB. So, where's the NVMEs? Hold on one second. My desk is quickly running out of room. Yeah, some random guy. Yeah, happy to answer your questions, man. Also, this whole thing, this workflow that I showed you on screen, it's being powered by, or it's being built on top of this library by Microsoft that just came out a couple weeks ago. It's called the Agent Framework. That's what it's being built on top of. Okay, go back to this guy. So we need to install the NVMEs. Dude, these screws that hold down these NVMEs is so small. Tiny. I don't know if I have a screwdriver that will work for this. Oh, this will work. This will work. Tiny, tiny screw. Also, I think I bought like way too nice of NVMEs for this use case, but it's fine. If I ever want to downgrade this and upgrade something else, I'll have some components to do it with. Alright, so I'm guessing we need to take this sticker off. Right? Always nice when a sticker rips. So we're going to slide that in there. Which side? I've literally never installed one of these before. This is why I procrastinated on this project for so long. Was because I knew there was going to be a lot of learning. I think I'm pretty sure I just don't want to shove anything I don't want to break anything by being too forceful, you know? Let's see, does he show... There's the tiny little... He's on a completely different model. Installing NVMe. Which side goes down? The side with the gold connector pins goes down. Yeah, new camera angle because I'm trying to like show you guys the computer as the same time as I'm working on this stuff. I probably won't keep it at this angle, but so does this? Do I need to? Okay, I think that's in there. I think I did it. I think first I did it. Yay! Are you building something, Steven? I'm not really building per se. I'm putting together. So I bought a network attached storage device. It's a TerraMaster. It's this thing. It's this guy. Let me see. This is the thing I bought. So it's like a pre-built NAS. Shit. And I'm trying not to break it in the process. But it doesn't come with drives. Shit, did I just fuck, I about just dropped the screw. Gosh dang it. Why do the screws have to be so small? Gosh, dang it. I just dropped the screw into the drive base. This is not going well. Yeah, for sure. There you go. It's in the description too. Guys, I don't know how well this is gonna go on stream. I lost the screw. I can hear it in there. This is turning into a little bit of a shit show. I heard it fall out. Well, crap. This has gone swimmingly so far. I found it. Dude. Two hours later. Okay. All I want to do is I want to screw down my drive. Don't you move. All right, first drive has been successfully installed. I think that the problem is I'm also kind of nervous. Like I've spent like $1,500 on this thing, and I don't want to break it. The machine isn't $1,500, but like when I add up the cost of the machine and the drives and everything, yeah, I'm just nervous about fiddling around with expensive hardware. All right, we've got drive number 2. Oh, I should probably. Sorry too if my microphone shakes a lot or I keep hitting it. I apologize. I don't mean to do that. Sorry, that's my sister. Hey, no worries, man. That I have an older brother. I have an older sister and a younger brother, and we used to screw with each other a lot growing up. We still screw with each other a lot now, even as adults. You never really kind of outgrow that, you know. It's kind of it's the fun part of having siblings. Gosh dang it. The screw is like wanting to magnetize to my screwdriver. There we go. Alright, that one was a lot less chaotic and dramatic. I guess practice does help. Also, Steven, I may not be much active as I'm working. Yeah, man, no worries at all, dude. Do your thing. That's something that I always hope for, is that, you know, if you guys are here and hanging out with me on stream, that you guys are also doing maybe some projects or some work too. Hello, Mohammed. Mohammed, can you show your desk setup? Well, my desk is super messy. I guess at some point I should do like a setup tour. But I mean, very quickly, I can just kind of very quickly tell you what's on my desk. I have 2 monitors that are cheap Samsungs. I have a. This is the computer I use to stream from. This is the computer I use. Those are the specs on screen. And then I have an Xbox, like a little small, what is it? Xbox Series S, the white one that sits on this desk. And that's pretty much it. I mean, it's not super fancy. At some point I can do like a proper setup video, but I just don't want to move my camera too much. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the cover back on. I am going to flash a different USB drive. Then I'm going to try to get into the BIOS of this and make it boot from that USB drive, I think is my game plan. And I'm going to do all that before I put the drives in, I think. Because once I get the drives in, I don't want to be moving this around a ton. So let's see if we can get this case back on without hurting anything. There we go. Okay, I'm not going to screw that back on just yet. All right, so we got the NVMEs installed. Now we need to fire up our good pal Rufus and make us a boot drive real quick. So I'm just going to set this here. That. These drive bays are actually pretty nice. They're pretty easy to slide in and out. like. And full disclosure, if you're new here, I don't usually stream this kind of thing where I set up hardware on stream, but I thought this is something I need to do. I thought people might be interested in it. Normally I just like write code and run my mouth a lot on stream, but okay. So we're gonna stick those in. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a USB drive so we can flash it. Or actually, let's get Rufus first, actually. Let's get Rufus. Let's see. Rufus download. Dude, this has a lot of freaking ads on it. I'm guessing that's how they probably support it though, right? Okay, download. I think we just want this guy. I think is what we want. Okay, and I'm gonna go get a USB that I can flash. Oh, I also need the TrueNAS, don't I? I need the actual ISO. TrueNAS ISO. Okay, I'll join the community. The redirect URI is not associated. The application might be misconfigured. Oh. I'm on the right site, right? Yeah, download stable, current stable version. Yep, there's the ISO, okay. Are you going to use TrueNAS? Yeah, that's the plan. That's funny, you asked that question and the next thing I do is immediately go and get the ISO. Yeah, that's my plan. So TerraMaster does ship with, it does ship with an OS. I think it's called TerraMaster TOS 6, which I don't know what TOS stands for. But this is the operating system it comes with, which I've heard people say that it's gotten a lot better than it used to be. And it does have one kind of cool feature called, what is it called? It's called like T-RAID, which basically allows you to create a RAID cluster from different size drives, which is kind of interesting. But I've also heard people say a lot of good things about TrueNAS, and so I just wanted to have some experience using that. So I think that's what I'm going to work with. And obviously, yeah, this is the feature that a lot of people said is pretty cool. So you can like combine like a 32 gigabyte drive with a 20 terabyte drive with a 18 terabyte drive. They can all be different sizes. And then it's supposed to also give you like optimized more storage, I guess. It's supposed to make better use of your storage or give you more capacity than your typical RAID configurations would. I don't know. Part of me is kind of like, when I look at this, I'm kind of like, man, maybe it'd be easier just to use the out-of-the-box OS and not try to go my own way. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think it's worth going off script? I mean, the thing is, if I install TrueNAS and for whatever reason have difficulties, I can always go back to TerraMaster if I want to. Okay, I'm gonna go to the USB drive and so we can flash it. I'll be right back. Let's see. All right, I'll be right back. I just got to run upstairs. I got one in my backpack. Do you prefer working with software, firmware, or hardware? I think at this stage of the game, I probably prefer working with software. I think that just has a lot to do with comfortability, though, at this point. Do I have any open? I don't actually know if I have any open USB drives. Too many things plugged into this dang computer already. Okay. All right. How's it going? I think it's going okay at the moment. We had a snafu with a screw that holds down one of the NVMe's that didn't. I dropped it and then couldn't find it. So right now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to flash TrueNAS onto this drive. So let's see. Do you want to allow Rufus to check for application updates online? Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. Okay. So what is our device? I think that's the device I want, right? Yeah, D or E. I just want to make sure I don't select the wrong. Yeah. And then Rufus has found an updated version. User form secure boot. Do you want to download this? The file will be downloaded. That's fine. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna pick this guy. Disk or ISO image, please select. Okay, so we want to select the TrueNAS ISO. Partition size, I think we want the whole thing, right? I don't know. Let's look back at the guide. I found a pretty helpful guide on how to do this. There we go. Oh, okay. So I should probably clean this because I flashed this. I did use this to install Ubuntu recently. TrueNAS. Hey, yeah, that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do. List disk. Oh, whoops. List disk. I think it's disk 1. Yeah. 4 gigs. Yeah, that's the disk 1. So select disk 1 and then clean. This is where I hope I don't. Disk part succeeded in cleaning the disk. Okay. So then, can I just exit this? Okay. And then I guess I should probably plug it in again. Well, dang it, now it's not showing up as a... Oh, shoot. Format USB, then write. Do it in File Explorer itself. Yeah, but I don't see the drive anymore. Now that I did the disk part, since I did that clean step, I don't see it anymore. Disk part clean, USB not showing up. WinX, select disk management. Unallocated. Right-click the unallocated space and select New Simple Volume. Okay. Next. Assign the fault. Yeah, D's fine. Format this. How do I want to format this? FAT32. Okay. FAT32. Allocation unit size, I think just default. Volume label, I don't know, volume 1. Okay, next. Finish. Maybe it has been unallocated. There we go. Yeah, Mohammed knows what's going on. I'm glad Mohammed showed up in my stream this morning. I don't know if I'll get this done, guys, before the end of the stream. I'm gonna probably stream till about 8 o'clock, the top of the hour. 8:30 at the latest, because there is a what am I trying to say? There's not St. Louis. There's a Los Angeles Rams game being played in London versus the Jags, and I want to watch that. So we'll see if we can get this as far as we can before I hop to do that. So we want to select. It's okay. So we want TrueNAS. Okay, what is persistent partition size? I don't know what that is. So I guess it doesn't have that on his settings here. Format options, ISO, FAT 32, I guess is what I want. FAT 32. Looks like his is set to 16 kilobytes. Yeah, I guess some settings in Rufus have changed since he did his. Life is beautiful. Sitting in nature, watching Steven eating salted crackers and sardines. Well, that sounds like a good day, man. I'm glad you're chilling. Select GPT, not MBR. Check once. Okay, so GPT. Oh, yeah, I see. So target system. GPT is for UFI, MBR is for BIOS. So what's the difference between UFI and BIOS? Oh. Well, now I'm afraid to go off script though from what this guy did. Like I trust you, Mohammed, but at the same time, I'm he's just using. Well, I guess he's using MBR, and then he's got the target system set to UFI. Okay, I will. Non-CSM means that the device will only boot in native UFI mode and not in BIOS emulation mode. If you won't boot for you on MBR, it won't boot for you on MBR. Okay, all right. Trust us. I will trust you then. Okay, I will trust you. Okay, so this looks okay. Chat, you guys think this looks fine? What I have here, I can go ahead and flash it. FAT 32. I don't know what the hell cluster size means. But I'm thinking this looks okay. Mohammed, do quick chat GPT. Yeah, I'm just gonna take chat's word for it. Send it? Can we send it? Chat? Stefan, Mohammed, you guys good? It's full send? For double confirmation? Oh, no, I trust you. I mean, worst thing that can happen is we just flash it. Sorry, baby. You're good, brother. Oh, thanks, Sour Baby. All right, we're going to start. We're going to flash. Steven, you can't really fuck anything. Either this, you're just burning the ISO to the USB. Okay. The worst thing that can happen is that you can't boot out. Okay, cool, sweet. Stefan, you know how to reassure, man. I should probably keep all my paperwork, huh? Let's see how this goes. It looks like it's working. I do this shit every day. I love that. I've done this for my Tails USB many times over. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. All right, so I should probably figure out my power situation. And I probably need a keyboard because I think the way this TerraMaster is actually set up is that it will always boot from that USB drive that's in there, and so I think I actually have to go into the BIOS and um, change that. Artwork Studio. Sorry, I'm not here often, dude. Don't be sorry, man. We all have lives, dude. You gotta do. I mean, life. I mean, the internet is fun, but um, the internet is not necessarily real life. You know what I mean? So making content, consuming content is fun, but that's not your life. That's not your actual life. So you don't have to. You never have to apologize for not being at one of my streams. You gotta prioritize your real life over your internet one. All right, power cable. We'll plug that in. We need to go get a USB keyboard. By the way, real chats don't use Rufus, they use DD. What is DD? I don't know anything. I just always use Rufus. Or there's another one called like Etcher that I've used before. I mean, I don't do this stuff very often. To be completely honest. I don't do it every day like Stefan. But I'm glad Stefan's here and he does it every day so that I can draw from his well of wisdom. Alright, I'm gonna go get a keyboard so I can plug into this so I can F12 or whatever to get it into BIOS. Alright, I got a keyboard. And I'm gonna need a monitor. I guess I could just. I guess I can just repurpose. I can just repurpose the my monitor over here for it. Excuse me. Well, Stefan won't be here for long. He's got to change his part. Oh, no worries, dude. No worries. I appreciate you being here while you are here. Joe, what laptop are you using? So I'm not using a laptop. I used to use a laptop to stream from. I used to use an older G14, a Zephyrus G14. Nowadays, I guess for the last 6 months or so, I've been using this computer. It is a... What happened to Zoom It? Did Zoom It die? Or did Power Toys die? Huh. That's weird. Yeah, Power Toys died on me. There we go. This is the computer. Mohammed, do you have a disk? Yeah, Mohammed, if you... Oh, shoot. I'm about to rip my computer off the desk. If you're interested in joining my Discord, you can go to discord.stephenfreeborn.com, and that'll take you to the right place. It'll just redirect you to my invite link. Well, gotta go. See you, Stefan. Thanks for helping out, man. Appreciate you. If you have any problems with your PC, seeing the USB is bootable, but no OS on it, turn off secure boot. Okay, cool. If I have any issues, I'll probably show up in Discord asking for assistance. Oh, dwellers of my Discord server, please rescue me from my incompetence. Okay, it's ready. Cool. So now I can just close it, right? Yeah. And then inject it. Now I can take it out of there. Man, it's crazy. It's funny, when I was in high school, these USBs, we used these so much, like all through high school and quite a bit in college. But then at some point, like Google Drive hit the scene, and it was like no one now uses these. And obviously this is also a security issue, right? This is, for a lot of companies, they don't even let you plug these things in. Or if you plug them in, they don't work. They get blocked. But yeah, I don't know if any of you guys kind of grew up in that age before cloud storage. Everyone sort of carried a USB on their keychain to move stuff around. And now it's not really a thing. Joe, can you help someone get a remote job? So I have a full-time job. So I work 40 hours a week in addition to making content. And the company I work for, you're welcome to go to the careers page. It's obviously my stream and my YouTube channel is not a reflection of my employer, has nothing to do with my employer. It's completely separate. But you're welcome to go. If you go to linkedin.stephenfreeborn.com, you can find all my professional info there, and I'm happy to connect with you. I have no sway in the hiring process where I work. I'm just a lowly individual contributor. My best advice for getting a job is a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of persistence. That's how most of my jobs have come to be over the course of my life. So for those of you who might be new here, I'm a 32-year-old dad of two. And I've had like 3 or 4 careers at this point. I was a personal trainer, I was a medical scribe, I was a food scientist, I worked in support. Now I work as a quality engineer. So I've kind of been all over the map professionally. But in all those endeavors, persistence and enthusiasm has kind of been the key thing for me. Okay, so I'm going to move OBS. I'm going to move OBS over here, like that. And I think that'll work. I can just barely see chat. Let me try to stack it. There we go. I can see chat better now. Okay, then I'm going to disconnect one of my monitors. And I'm going to use that for the NAS. So hopefully this doesn't just completely... This might actually screw up my OBS setup, so bear with me. Yep, that was the wrong monitor. The stream has gotten very chaotic this morning. I did not plan any of this very well, which I apologize for, but thanks for hanging out with me nonetheless. I appreciate you guys. that. And then we are gonna, here I'll bring my display back up. Properties. Okay. There's the terminal. And I think I need to pull this over just a little bit. There we go. All right, so I'm just working off one display now, so bear with me. Okay. I think I have everything back. We have our display. Hey, what's up, Lamp? How are you? All right, we got about 30 more minutes or so, and then we'll probably switch over. I'll probably get close. Okay, so we need to plug in our USB. Oh crap! You know what I just realized? There's only one USB on here, so I'm gonna need like I'm gonna need an adapter in order to connect my. Crap! How am I gonna do this? Cause like I can't have a keyboard, right? Okay, I'm gonna put the boot drive into the USB, and I'm gonna go get a USB-C adapter so I can connect my keyboard. Is what I'm gonna do. This would have been so much easier if I just used the actual built-in OS. This would be so much easier. The PC only has one USB port. Yeah, because it's not really a PC. It's like a pre-built. Let's see. It's like a pre-built. It's this thing. So it's actually like almost like a Synology, like a different brand, but like basically like a Synology type drive. So it's like a pre-built NAS that has basically like an onboard mini PC, and it just has a single USB port, a single HDMI port, a single USB-C port. So that's why the I/O is kind of limited. I'll be right back though. I'm gonna see if I can get this to work. If this won't work, then I might just bail on the whole TrueNAS thing and just use the built-in OS. But I'll be right back. All right. Now, what button is it that you push to get it to boot to the BIOS? F12, delete, F2, delete, F10, or escape? Well, which one is it? Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it makes sense, but that's... To access the BIOS on the TerraMaster NAS, repeatedly press the delete or escape key. Okay. Yeah, we've got our keyboard here. I don't have enough room on this desk to really be doing all this. I wish I had everything properly set up so like I could show you guys the screen of the NAS, but I don't. I don't have my capture card hooked up or anything. And I only have like an hour left to try to accomplish this on stream, so. Alright. I'm gonna try to power this thing up and I guess hit the escape key repeatedly. Okay. Alright, so it did. I am in the BIOS. So I think there's a few different things. No. How do I navigate? Oh, there we go. Okay, boot. Boot configuration. So there's an option here. I wish I could show this to you guys. There's an option here that basically says TOS boot first. And I think I have to disable that so that I can point the boot at something else. So this right now says TOS boot first enabled. So I'm going to set that to disabled. And I think there's this guide kind of has examples. So this guide is what I originally was following originally. And what he does is he actually puts, so when this TerraMaster ships, I think when all TerraMasters ship, they come with a small little USB drive that's in the machine that basically takes precedence over everything. And that's where the built-in OS is booted from. So in the BIOS, you have to disable that. Otherwise, it will just continually always boot from there, regardless of what you set as the boot priority in the BIOS. Again, I'm not an expert on this. Like I just watched a lot of YouTube videos on it. Okay, so that's the first thing I did was I set TOS boot first to disabled. Now in the boot priorities, I have two options. I have a generic flash, and then I have a UDisk. And I think I want the UDisk partition. I think that's what has my... okay, so let's go. This one is going to be boot option 2. Okay, so now I'm going to save and exit the BIOS. So save changes and exit. Save configuration and exit. Yes. And so then I think it should reboot. Okay, it rebooted. Oh shoot, I probably should have connected it to my network, huh? Okay, I'm getting a TerraMaster logo, and nothing is happening at the moment. So I don't know if that means it's not booting or what. It says, welcome to Grub. Unknown file system. Unknown file system. I don't know what this means. Something is not working. Let's see. Welcome to Grub. This is the error I'm seeing. So if you've seen this error or you've overcome this error in your okay. Use a bootable USB or DVD of your Linux distribution. Okay, so I can type ls. Okay, I don't think, so maybe I just am booting from the wrong thing. Okay, how do I get out of this? Do I just turn it off maybe? I don't know. Watch me just completely brick this machine. Okay, so a couple things I'm gonna try. I'm gonna turn this back on. I'm gonna go back into the BIOS and I'm gonna boot from the other USB and see if that changes it. So I think the other USB is the quiet boot security. Okay, I'm not going to change anything with secure boot just yet. What I am going to do is I'm going to change the boot priority. And then I'm going to save changes and exit. Okay, I think something's happening, but I'm not sure it's booting from the right thing. Oh, actually, I think it might be working. I see TNAS, so I think it might be working now. Hey, Stefan, you're back. Try without secure boot as well. So I picked a different boot priority, and I think I just had picked the wrong one. But I don't think it's going to work because I'm not connected to the internet, the network. So I need to fix that, which I'll be right back. I need to run upstairs and get a. Yeah, I think I booted from wrong USB, but I think I should have connected it to the network before I did this. So I'm going to run upstairs and get an Ethernet cord, and then I'll be right back. All right. I connected it to the network. So I think it might be working. You need internet for Windows? I guess so. What do you mean it needs internet? You're installing TrueNAS. Well, I think it. I think you're giving me a hard time. Someone asked if I have any other hobbies. I think that was Artwork Studios. Artwork Studios, did you ask that? Yeah, outside of coding, do I have any hobbies? Sorry, I've got a lot of thoughts running through my head at the same time here. Okay, so outside of coding, I really like to work out. Particularly, I like to go for pretty long walks. And I like to lift weights. Those are kind of the two physical activities I really enjoy at the moment. I love football, American football. And what else? Oh, shoot, I forgot. They gave me a network cable. I didn't need to go upstairs and get one. So, yeah, those are the things I do outside of coding. So, I like to work out, like to play video games, like to watch football, baseball. I follow basketball a little bit during March Madness season here in the States. Hang out with my kids a lot, spend a lot of time with family. Well, I think if it's connected to my network, I think I should be able to log in, right? So, like, I should be able to navigate to this IP. We'll see. Also, I better set this keyboard aside because I'm going to enter the wrong command or something. And also, someone's probably thinking, why is he treating everything so delicately? And I don't know why that's my reaction to particularly like technology stuff is I always treat everything with kid gloves because I'm afraid that I'm going to foobar it, basically. But I am getting excited if this works. I'll be very excited. Oh, maybe that's not. Upon rebooting TerraMaster into TrueNAS, but usually much quicker. You have two options with how to access configuration controls. You can use the HDMI plus keyboard, but it will be a lot higher learning curve than the network GUI. Yeah, I don't see this screen, so I've done something wrong. TNAS login? What is TNAS login? Okay, so this is not TrueNAS. This must not be TrueNAS. This must be TOS. Let's see. TerraMaster login IP. Okay, so I need to find it on my network. Yeah, I don't. Well, I got excited there. Unfortunately, you didn't install the OS. You gotta install the OS first. You gotta figure out its IP and port it uses, then you can access it with web browser. Yes, so yes, that I understand, but I think I'm not at the right. I think I'm in I think I'm in the built-in operating system. I'm not in TrueNAS's operating system. So, or I'm not. I didn't boot from the TrueNAS ISO, the USB that I flashed. So I'm gonna turn it off. And then I'm gonna try to. Okay, so you said to try it with secure boot, so I'm gonna do that next. I'm sorry, Stefan. I'm using all the wrong words. Okay, so I had the right boot drive selected. But when I boot from it, I get an error. So you said to disable secure boot. So we will disable it here. And then we're gonna F4, save and exit. So last time I did this, I got something called grub error. TrueNAS grub. Yeah, this is exactly the experience I'm having right here. How did you prepare the USB stick? Is this just for playing around and getting to know TrueNAS? Because with one SSD installed, I doubt there's room for blah blah blah. But will not play with TrueNAS. Okay, so I guess I'll try. This is what I've used before. So I guess I'll try that. Okay, so let me shut down the machine. Now unplug the boot. I'm gonna plug this back in over here. Stefan's probably gonna come back and be like, "What the fuck did you do?" Shit, I just dropped it. This is gonna go down as the most chaotic stream in the history of all streams on my channel. There's just a lot going on. Okay, so let's not use Rufus. Let's try, what do you say, Belina Etcher? Yeah, this is the one I've used before. Download. I hope you guys are doing well. I appreciate all of you who have stuck around or have come and gone and come back again. Appreciate you guys keeping me company. This is much more interesting to do with company. Let's see, downloads. let's see, flash from file. Wow, this is way simpler than Rufus, huh? Want to flash from here. And we want to flash it to... Man, this is way simpler than Rufus. Flash. Yes. I wonder if it does a bunch of smart stuff under the hood to like pick all the right options. In any event, if you just showed up to the stream, what we're doing today is we're trying to set up a network attached storage device with TrueNAS. It's a TerraMaster NAS, so kind of like a Synology drive, right? But it does come with its own operating system, but I'm trying to use TrueNAS instead of using the built-in one, which really is just more about having an adventure, a little side quest than anything. It's not really a requirement other than I just want to be able to say, yeah, I used TrueNAS before. And I hear it has a pretty large ecosystem, pretty big community, which I think is always a plus when there's a big community of people using something. If you ever have problems or get stuck, you can usually find help. So we're going to sit quietly and we're going to watch the flash progress proceed. Also, we're going to have some tab discipline. Clean up our tabs here. We did do a little bit of coding today, but not a ton. We did like an hour and a half, and the first hour of it was me running my mouth a lot, but we wrote a little bit of code. Now we wait. I'm surprised my kids aren't up yet. Also, should I guess I should probably go ahead and put the hard drives in there too, huh? Well, actually, I think I'm going to put them in after, because I would like to know how to add drives after I've set up the system, because I'm going to buy 2 more hard drives. I'm going to eventually have 40 terabytes of storage in here. So I'm going to have 40 terabytes of storage and then 40 terabytes that are used as like redundant drives as mirrors. And I'm going to add those after the fact. I'm going to add those later. So I probably should figure out how to do that. Thing's taking a long time to flash. Either my computer is just really bogged down, or I have no idea. Also, the reason, so for context again, I flashed the TrueNAS OS onto a USB using an application called Rufus, and I've encountered an error, and I just did a quick Google search, and I found somebody that had a very similar problem, and it sounds like they fixed it by just using a different tool to flash their USB, so that's what I'm going to try. We're getting close. 1 minute left. 1 minute. My son's favorite football team is the Jaguars. My oldest son's favorite football team is the Jaguars. And they play the Rams today, so it's kind of a house divided. I think it's cool that the NFL is trying to play games overseas, though. They're trying to build an audience outside the United States. I'm kind of biased. I think football is a wonderful sport. Also, Steven, had you been playing any games? Just curious, because most programmers I met are either Geometry Dash or Minecraft fans. I like Minecraft. My kids play and have played a lot of Minecraft, so I played Minecraft more than anything because of them. I've never played Geometry Dash. My number one video game is Call of Duty. That's the game I play the most. I'm looking forward to the new one that's coming out. I don't really play multiplayer too much. I play a lot of Warzone and Resurgence. That's what I play a lot of. Excuse me. We're so close. Made any progress? No, I was having that grub error. Yeah, Stefan's back. I was having that unknown grub file error, and I tried booting without secure boot, and I had the same issue. And then I did a quick Google search, and somebody said they had this same error after using Rufus to flash their drive, and they said they were able to fix it by using a different tool. So that's what I'm trying currently. Bro's reflash. Yes, that is what Bro's doing. Have patience with me. Seems like TrueNAS doesn't like Rufus. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm at this point. At this point, I'm fully in ask the internet to solve my problems mode. Also, my mic for some reason is peaking really bad. Try to fix that. Apologies if I've been hurting your ears. Need more coffee too. DD is more Chad though. I don't know what DD is. You can skip validating. I'm not. I don't want to skip anything. I'm not in a rush. I have time. Although the game does start in 20-ish minutes, so we don't have much time. I would like to get to the point where we can just see TrueNAS in the browser. You know what I mean? That would be a good place to stop for me. Okay, cool. That finished. So then, can I eject it now? File Explorer. Oh, it looks like maybe it already ejected itself, maybe? Okay. Let's try to plug this thing in again. All right. Steven, did you like Undertale? I've not played Undertale. Somebody recommended that to me. I haven't played it yet. There's been a lot of things people have recommended to me, and I haven't gotten around to it. And I feel bad because I know the things they recommend are probably really, really good. Okay. Save changes and exit. All right, here we go again. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it. Is Stefan ignoring? No, I'm not ignoring your messages. Hello, good to see you, man. What skit were you doing? Trust me, it's interesting. You can kill all of them for genocide route. Kill some for neutral, or don't kill at all. Huh. Yeah, I'll have to give that a try. It worked. It worked. So I'm basically at this screen where it says start TrueNAS disconnected. This is like the longest stream I've ever done, almost. Actually, I take that back. It's not. When I okay, this is working. I think. Install or upgrade. We want to install. I'm using the wrong keyboard. I never heard Steven make that sound before. What sound did I make? I'm kind of an odd duck. I tell you what, my wife will tell you I'm kind of a weirdo. Install TrueNAS to a drive. I think I'm just going to install it to one of the NVMe drives, so I'll just pick one of those. How do I do that? Use arrow keys to navigate, spacebar to select. So I'll just pick the first one. This erases all partitions on data. Yep. Installing is recommended. Yep. This is installed on an NVMe. Proceed with installation. Yes. Do I want to configure using the administrative user TrueNAS or configure using Web UI? I'm going to configure using the Web UI. All right. It works. Huzzah! Well, we'll see. Once we actually, when we can actually pull up the Web UI, we'll know we're in good territory. Yeah, I don't know what that is, Lamp, but I'm glad you're having fun making skits, man. I think this is working, guys. I think it's working. I wish I could show you. I wish I could show you, but I don't have the capture card set up. I should have set the capture card up, and that's on me. Basically, right now it just says extracting, and it's printing a percentage, and that's what's happening. So we'll just let it run. I've also never. Huh, it works. Oh, yeah. Yeah, actually I've probably said that more than anything over the last 4 years. I can't tell you how many times during like learning to program or learning to code, even still nowadays when I learn something new, I will get stuck and I will stub my toe on something and I will be so damn frustrated. Like the other day, my family was upstairs and I was down here working. And I just got to this point where I yelled, "I'm so frustrated." And my wife was like, "Hey, stop yelling." But honestly, moments of frustration are oftentimes when you experience learning that you never forget. Okay, the installation succeeded, and now it's going to reboot. It says, please reboot and remove the installation media. So I'm going to reboot, and I'm going to remove the installation media. So if I click OK. So I guess I should turn it off, right? So I should turn it off. And then I should unplug the installation media and then turn it back on. Hopefully I didn't just screw it up. Okay, there's the TerraMaster screen. Okay, it's asking me just like which entries highlight. Press enter to boot. Okay, it's booting from TrueNAS now. There's printing some errors, which looks scary. Okay, now it says it's sleeping. Alright, I think it... Okay, this looks familiar. I see some Linuxy... It says job IXX wait. Yeah, it's basically if you've ever like started up a Linux machine, it's basically printing a bunch of messages with the OK thing stamped next to it. I think it's working. Hey, what's up, Flyfisha? Good to see you, man. We're in the middle of trying to set up a NAS device with TrueNAS installed on it. We're actually installing this guy, so good to see you. And for frustration, it's just how I did everything right. Oh, semicolon. Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. It's always the simplest stuff. Which is why people get frustrated with IT people, because IT people will be like, well, did you try restarting it? But the funny part is like 9 times out of 10, it is something simple like that, right? The simplest, Occam's razor, the simplest answer is usually the answer. Some of these startup tasks are taking a little while though, which is making me nervous. ITX ETC service. This thing is taking a long time. Yeah, I think it'll be pretty cool once we get it set up. I really have wanted to have some network attached storage so that I have a RAID system for some footage that I have. It's basically I have about 16 terabytes of footage that's sitting on 4 external hard drives. And I'm just so nervous that one day those external hard drives aren't going to spin up. Because one of them is probably 10 plus years old. It's older than my son, my oldest son. And so I really want to get the footage that's on those drives copied over to this system, and then get it mirrored so that I have a decent chance of preserving. Okay, I think it booted successfully. Yep. So now it says the web user interface is at blah 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 blah. So let's try. https://192.168.1.776. Okay, well, yeah, it's not served over. Hey, let's go! We did it! This is awesome. How old is your oldest son? He's 9. I have a 2nd grader and a 4th grader, so 7 and 9. So I'm about halfway done with this whole parenting gig. Okay, so we have TrueNAS. I'm gonna set this. I'm gonna set up an admin account real quick. Can I change? I can't change my username. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we'll say new login. TrueNAS admin login. And that's I'm gonna put that in my family collection. We will generate a password. Copy. Use that. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I don't show. I mean, I know this is on my local network, but still, I'm trying to make sure I don't leak my password. So we'll save this. Okay. And we'll enter that password and that password. Copy. Okay, save. We'll sign in. I think it's working. I hear this machine turn on and run. We should, okay, so we're in the dashboard. So we should probably check for updates, right? That's probably a good thing to do. Check for updates daily, downloads available, yes. What does that say? I can't, this is too small. No updates available. Okay, so we have the latest. Wonderful. Okay, so I don't really know. I'm going to have to probably do some Googling and some YouTubing, but I think now this is where I have to set up. I have to basically set up the way I want the storage pool to be configured, I think. Yeah, I have to create a pool. I have to put in my drives and all that good stuff. The Rams game is getting ready to start in 15 minutes, so I'm actually going to call it here for the day. Obviously, if you guys are interested in knowing more about like how I get TrueNAS finally completed, I'm happy to review that stuff. But that was basically my goals for today. We wrote a little bit of code. We got the NAS plugged in. I'm going to go watch the football game, and I'll probably come down later and play around with this some more. But yeah, we did it. All right, guys. I appreciate y'all hanging in there, sticking with me, keeping me company. Appreciate you. I know this stream was a little chaotic. I think I'll mix things in like this every so often. I mean, again, my channel is primarily just about sharing whatever the heck it is that I'm learning about or working on at any given moment. So obviously I understand if sometimes you guys aren't interested in that and sometimes you are. It's no big deal. It's not going to hurt my feelings if you guys don't come sometimes and do come other times. Regardless, I hope you guys have a good rest of your Sunday, if it is Sunday for you. If it's already Monday for you, I hope you have a good rest of your Monday. And otherwise, I'll see you guys in the next stream or video or short. And I hope you guys have an awesome day. All right. Bye, Artwork Studios. Bye, Fly Fisha. Bye, chat. Bye. See you guys.